Hey folks. Sorry I'm late. As usual. Plans don't exactly know how they're gonna pan out. I was gonna stream earlier, but something else came up that was equally as important. So just give me a couple of minutes while I set up everything. I haven't even gone to eat yet. Will be fixed. Yes, hello Cassandra. You are really all in it, huh? You're ready and raring to go for this trial, huh? All right. And if my calculations are right, then Tagami will probably be popping in one at some point. Maybe. I don't remember what I just said. Alright. You'll help? Okay. I just need to respond to Suzie real quick, and then I should be almost ready to go. Okay. Sorry, campaign stuff. That's also the reason why I was late. There was some off-screen campaign stuff that needs to get taken care of. All right. Let me just grab my food real quick. Maybe munch on a few fries, and then we can get started on this trial. Now, because I'm starting late, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get through it all in one shot. I don't want to rush it. I don't. That's not my intention, but we'll see how that pans out. I don't want to rush it. But at the same time, I'm probably going to be just as efficient. And there are a couple of things that I want to show off that only happened during this trial. So, just bear with me, and fucking buckle in, because this is gonna be a doozy of a trial. So you're going in with the, assumption that somebody framed Athena, is that right, Cassandra? You are going in with the mindset that Athena has been framed somehow. We're also going in, obviously confident that Athena is innocent, but we don't know exactly the details of everything yet. Because at the end of the last stream, when we were talking to Athena, and Aura, Blackwell, is just like, yeah, guess what? You're going to be defending Athena for the murder of her own mother. Something interesting popped up. A set of black psyche locks. And as was the final text before the to be continued, they cannot be unlocked. So, let us see where that gets us. Turnabout for tomorrow, trial day 1. Let's do this. At least we would if there weren't more questions. Hold on. December 20th, 3:11 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 5. Cassandra, just let me know if anything needs adjusting in the audio department. Alright. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. You talked to Chris earlier? Ah, you were probably in his little mini-stream. But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest part in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it can cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who could do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. December 20th. District Court. Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Hold it! Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Huh, this is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. But what did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. You're pseudo-ready, May. Alright. Even though you yourself are not going to be here because you don't want to watch enough to make you play the game again. What? I'm sorry. I actually haven't eaten all day, so... Let's at least get past this opening statement. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be returned to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Yes! And now we're underway. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's... Yes! Exactly, Chris. Remember, Cassandra, remember what I said to you last stream. Edgeworth is trustworthy, but he's still gonna do his job. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who's responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprits, but it is clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor a bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives it an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2. This photo was captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed... Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. The opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? What do we got? Oh, it's Fulbright. Alright. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? Here's the robot. That is Aura Blackwell, a scientist working at the Space Center and Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. She basically was just like, well, guess what? You're going to retry this case from 7 years, and you're going to find my brother innocent and Athena guilty, or I'm going to start killing hostages. And she's controlling the robot. She's speaking through the robot. I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy. What with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer. Do your best, I'm watching you. Believing your brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving the testimony based on these notes. Here I go. In this testimony, Aura Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling. Huh. About the case she mentions, there were other roller cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotion. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Cassandra, it is absolutely fine if you believe in your client and say that Athena couldn't have done it either. But without evidence, without proof, it's all just words in the air. We have to prove it. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Let's go to Edgeworth. Are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny that to be true, right? No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Hold it. But that's just speculation. Objection. Alright. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims. Objection! Then why didn't you say so in the first place? Objection! You're the one who screamed hold it and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny-weeny bit. Now I know what they mean by... now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Okay. If you really was out to steal that moonbox, why the rolling case? Hold it. This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has, and what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now, so why the rolling case? She was using it to hide someone inside. Hold it! And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Huh, have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she put a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah! Way to ruin the memory of a good day. Magic show, I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. God damn it, Phoenix. You're getting senile in your own old age. Alright. Hold it. But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock. Objection! There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there to move that rock.
Objection!
Objection! Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Huh. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was inside the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Maybe. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just had to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with the photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Alright. Let's take a look-see. Aside from the case, that is. It's so fucking small. That thing was gone. Right? That was gone. This was gone. Please notice that there is a robot part on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime scene, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm going to start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm to that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? The case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. Or was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looked just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? Objection! We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it very difficult to verify what it is. Yeah, it is wrapped in bandaging, isn't it? And that's interesting that you bring up, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Objection. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of a technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm, which robot the arm belonged to. It is... where is it? No, not that photo. Not that photo. This photo right here. As you can see, we got a robot wrapped in bandages. Take that! The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it all up like that. She must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had some bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it was the largest of cases, the robot couldn't possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your points. The robot is much taller than that. You got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell would have to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. Sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Objection. Except that there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. YouTube cut you off? Oh, sorry. There would have been no room to take the robots apart. Objection. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. The joints aren't made of a tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It instead is a picture of after the moment... It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? Yep, katana. You could see it clearly in the photo. If you go back in the footage a little bit, you'll be able to see it. Order. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Objection! Well played, Mr. Rice. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim still hasn't changed.
Objection!
Objection? But Pongo and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case. Objection. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, it's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. Blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear such an item, of which there's only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as a part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. Blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. Most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without a doubt, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Oh, Edgeworth. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene and taking suspicion against her. Objection. But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. Objection. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turns out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Why not? Order. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Rice has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So what are the robots? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Pongo. Edgeworth is right. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Pongo. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I am not. I'm Pongo. Say it with me. Pongo. The utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. How precious. Alright, Pongo. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Miss Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all. This is great. I just knew Pongo must have seen something important. Murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes, and it's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Alright. What I saw. I went to the robotics lab around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point. Well, sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness actually saw the moment of the crime. Yep, Ponko's female. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the term hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. I know, Cassandra. We have to get through all the dialogue first. You're skipping ahead of a few steps. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see, but after heated arguments, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? The cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. The cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Okay, just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. Hold it! Hugged her, huh? Whichever Edward took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. Huh. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than... a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned why they were talking about what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. Hold it. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detecting system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell down, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proven that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Ugh. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Paco must be talking about that table right to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yes. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add it to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mommy Metis fell down near the round window on the workside bench of the room. Let me take a look at her autopsy report again. I'm probably overthinking this. Objection! Yeah, okay. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workside bench in the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of the little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Objection! Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it move for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only one in there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people to do things? Miss Panko. Wait a minute. I think that's a typo. Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Panko. Say it with me. Panko. No, it is not. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Bongo? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode. We robots scanned them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID. So it appeared that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Panko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? Well, we do? Huh. Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. One moment. Keep it upright. The victim's heart was stopped. The robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. Objection! But Panko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means... Objection! A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Common rational thoughts will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, and to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Take a look at Panko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. I must have thought that machines heal in the same way as people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my old grandchildren. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
Hold it? No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with the crime. That can't be. True! Order! Order in the courts! Order in the courts, I say! Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. Could you... How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
Objection! But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Huh. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moving per the defendant's command. Per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remained unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence, right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. A terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong the trial. Ezra's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done something like that. What do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Oh. Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please go ahead. One moment, please. Where is it? Excellent. Okay. Just making sure I'm on track. 7 years ago, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Oh, how cathartic it was. Really? Little Ponko here witnessed a victim falling. In other words... Objection! I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps he tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either. Of course, meaning that she must have left the room. The murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. Huh. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. Objection! And how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... Objection! Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize what we could bring the doctrines of the law to a close today? Objection! You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If this truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell? Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now. I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how could I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Athena, what are you feeling okay? Sorry. I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Power might just be the thing to get us through this. Objection! Sykes Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent. Objection! These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, I'm feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
Okay, good for you. That's not relevant. The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face the truth. The thing is being so brave, confronting her past like that. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Huh. Fine. But your efforts will be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Here we go. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. No, I don't. Is it the happiness? Yeah. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved, merely that. Really? Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe. It was just a part of my plan, nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now. But I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. There we go. We got something different. A huge sadness when he supposedly plunged the katana in. Got it.
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death? It's an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? It was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? When I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But the day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Singing in there? I'm not stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up. Never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? I can either use an evidence-based approach, or I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. Huh. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contrary to testimony or inconsistent emotions, which should I tackle first? Okay, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, let me know. I can easily switch back. The door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came back in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. There's nothing contradictory there. No.
Yeah, let's try his emotions again. I forgot that this was kind of complex. We're crying next door. Okay, so that was different. Hurried over and opened the door to robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there. That's a lot of shock. Yeah. That's a lot of shock. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes said Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. Huh. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. It's 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and his will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Let's take a look at the emotions again. Just want to make sure. Interesting. With a feeling of dread. It's blurry? What's blurry? If it's the stream, you're gonna have to refresh the page. No, there's not. It's guy's testimony. I can still... No, I can't press him. Okay. Ponko attacked you. It's on the wrong side of the room, right? Objection! Okay. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. This photo. That's a photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain on the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, it's most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be! Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred there from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you were on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule at courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw the day is what's causing these feelings. All of them. I saw it! The terrible scene! Got it. It's gotta be Athena. It has to be. That's the only explanation. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. So, I think I overstepped the bounds for bad ending number 1. So, I'm just gonna tell you guys, there are actually 3 bad endings within this case that you can trigger. I'm not gonna do that. I was planning on doing it, but I'm not going to do that. You can look it up yourself if you really want to know. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. Yep, bad endings. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! I can't do the long drawn out thing, but you get the point. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig? Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
Objection! It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes should be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me. Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to continue on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. What happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you take the blame on yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Like I was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. Then I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would appear that we now have all the facts of this case. Hold it. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Objection. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is, prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the darkness of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have any counter-arguments?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright! But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her, I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless. Objection! Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
Objection! I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. The 5 psyche locks. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that she doesn't know about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory could contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. And for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. There's a problem with her confession. Please prove it to the court now. Where's that autopsy report? No, not that. Where's the... Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? I know what the contradiction is. I just can't remember how to Crap. I can't remember. Weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep, and the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Okay, got it. I know what it is. I do have the evidence. I just had to look over it one more time. Take that! Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my! Objection! Huh. The defendant must have simply been confused with a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. Objection! But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. Do I use a different weapon? Yeah. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle was spotless. So, it doesn't follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down now. Not here, not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there something other than... Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. Take that! But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the crime scene, 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to the Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation reports if you didn't know. Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something a little odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Oh. Alright. Cool. Note that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from the kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Huh. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? Where's the Gyaxa symbol? That'll work. Take that! And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor, is on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates this Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Is that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in the photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from Terran's case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it... Admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ugh! Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on a personage until Blackwell carried her away. It does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence with the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
Yeah. It's possible that she could have put the blood on the katana to make it look like the real murder weapon. Could have. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. Objection! You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Needed to remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with their own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones in the room. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Huh. Now you're finally starting to get it. The contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Ugh. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you, giving it a doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This is what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? A third person was at the scene. By trusting Athena, then I'll have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial detection feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko still would have detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! Culprit who covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. What if the culprit covered their face? But Ponko already said she recognized the real Blackwell. Back to the drawing board. Right, okay. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. If there were only 2 people in the room, Ponko could have detected the other person as menace. The culprit poses the victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. I got it now. Her jacket. So how did the culprit get around that? Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The victim. Oh wait, shit. No, that's a conclusion I don't want to come to. No, the real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit.
Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. Absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Panko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Panko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you use the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Did you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity, caused by the jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify a robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Objection! Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart has already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes had stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! Mask? That person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! Order in the courts! Miss Sykes, did you say something? Mask? Yes. I remember, Athena! What is it? I remember a man with a mask. What did he do to my mother? I had... Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! Like Psyche locks. They're breaking! It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Hold it. Quiet, Your Honor. Go on. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried it again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall at the lab. Oh, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem the new suspect has emerged. That means all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... Hold it. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell! This is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof that this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Yeah, you were right. But it's not over yet. He's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. Objection! Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. Which corroborates the testimony that we heard earlier. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right. He must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.?
Take that! Is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m.? What I'm wondering is, does this video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation reports. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. It's just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but I really wanted to see was her jacket. A jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's. Did you see it? There's a slash I made with a utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and a mask that was there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking it was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible here in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Ezra's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. Killer brought it back? Seems the only logical conclusion. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Objection. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. It's alright, Cassandra. As I said, I've been through this game once or twice before, so I know the story beats. And also, I've been playing Phoenix Wright for a long time, and so my mind is a little wired to it. Also, Dual Destinies is just really easy, so it's not your fault. Also, if you're talking about slow in another way, the footage is behind. So again, it's fine. And they claim that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body.
The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Order on the court, I say. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does that mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. My ears deceive me. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Objection. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? Right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong... Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. And what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Read between the lines, old man. Aura, there's something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Menace's murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance, came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was that lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for the proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results... Also, I love the Phantom themes, by the way. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely amongst his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. Couldn't find them. But where could they have been? Huh. Who's to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted special permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results of Dr. Sykes drew... What about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Psychology profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? So, to get what the court record says, the subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart, don't you see? The creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all in motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our worlds. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever, do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. Huh. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. You! Objection! Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. So, the lowdown for the two bad endings is if during Blackwell's testimony you fail, that bar, the verdict would not have been overturned. You obviously lost the trial, and like Athena left, Apollo would never smile again, and Phoenix actually resigns in shame. And the second bad ending is that After Athena's psyche locks have been broken, and you have all of those rapid fire questions, if you can't prove, like if you can't answer them, then Aura takes the hostages and fucks off, and nobody sees the hostages or Aura ever again, which means True C is gone. They're pretty dark. They're pretty dark. December 20th, District Court, courtroom number 4. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. There is a good ending, yes. But we still have a long way to go before we get to that. It's very simple. There wasn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clayterin. But, Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you a favor to you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know, I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Huh. The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Don't worry, Cassandra. Phoenix isn't going to resign. We've already crossed that timeline point. No, the third bad ending is much worse. Well, comparatively, it's just as bad, but we won't get to the trigger for that for a bit. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Clayterin. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in Borderlands 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, there's a third bad ending that I've not gone over yet because we haven't gotten there. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via Boarding Lounge 2. There, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspect Miss Sykes of the murder of Clayterin. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own co-worker with the murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder. Okay. Let's try to get as much as we can. Hold it. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taryn, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must be beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. Hold on, Cassandra. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to that knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with the one identical to it 7 years ago. Objection! But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taryn. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Ugh. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. Hold it! That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. That's so. Go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Taryn. Objection! 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. Whoops. Hold it. Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's a camera that captured Mr. Taryn and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. Recording Mr. Taryn's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. The other says that she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then she was overcome and passed out until noon the next day. Right. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it's most likely likely recorded the true culprit as well. Objection! That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appeared. What? Why? Order in the court! Can't be, but if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the paths had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Hold! Oh, god damn it. Hold it! Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. Your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect than the defendant. Unless... You think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is there an alternative escape route? Was there? Maybe. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is this what that's all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. Huh. Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trial is all about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seeded doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. Still like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? If I use the process of elimination, there aren't really that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Take that! There? I doubt anyone could have escaped that way. But can you say it with certainty? Yes, I believe I can. I guess you're right. What are you doing? This is serious, Mr. Wright. Just be serious, Mr. Wright. I'm really hoping there was... They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prints to get through the door. Objection! It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. Then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into the Boarding Lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion than to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? What, was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched on after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened for the culprit. Are you kidding me? Huh. Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2? We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor after this this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep. Well, the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! Insane, sorry. Objection! Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death. Objection! Ordinarily, yes, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap outside the wall into the main building. Oh, that's clever. Okay. Take that. An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used the ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. You need to catch up. Alright. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the courts. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right? Objection! Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the courts again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, then name one. I've heard detailed information about the Space Center, and according to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the grounds, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all. Objection! But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Objection! Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be completed and escaped to the boarding lounge too. Objection! Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge too. The culprit knew that it would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. Objection! In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all of this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment, the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off and they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Master Edgeworth's right. It does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntsman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Ha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route. Where did it go? There it is, the Phantom Psych Profile. Take that! What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. What? Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escape without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom? Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What? Order in the courts! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue! There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. And then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain, why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've gotta be kidding me! Did you figure it out, Wright? Do you know who the Phantom is? Cassandra, I don't know if you're still catching up or you're with me right now, but you couldn't have asked that at a more perfect time. We're about to point the finger. Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mysterious spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than our dear Detective Bobby Fulbright. Take that. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. This is a detective you all know. He's even lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
What? Are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is a Phantom. Order in the courts! Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab was the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, this is all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't get your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? In justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was also all being one act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and made him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give into his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me all completely fooled! Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Ugh.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will now take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stands. Oof. December 20th, 5:13 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 5. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust— Ouch! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how can I punch it to a friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. It looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth? Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Over Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Oh. Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did become because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura. She'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Miss Aura, does that mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hug your junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us, we'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Aura. Simon, I'm glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. Huh. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live to go live in the slammer.
I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I surely was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Aw, she's adorable. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Alright. Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. It's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright's being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. Formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby unconditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long I have waited. Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. No, no. In the famous words of Godot, only when it's all over are you allowed to cry. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right? Right, because I'm fine now.
Apollo's back, baby. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and into Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. Expect to be repaid with the victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Alright. I guess we're doing this then. Just give me a quick moment and then we will. Alright, Cassandra. And then let's go into this final section. Also, Cassandra, Apollo's eye was never. There was nothing wrong with Apollo's eye. The reason why he wrapped it up was because he has a special ability to perceive little ticks in human beings, and he wanted to make sure he couldn't use that ability. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right. Just give me a moment. I want to have something, you know? These streams are great, but I almost never get to eat around them due to one reason or another. So. How are you finding this case, Cassandra? Is it as exciting as you hoped it would be?
That's great to hear. All right. Let's go. December 20th, 5:27 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Let's now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. I should mention it. Although back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But bailiff, please, bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Ha 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 ha! Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Senator Fulbrights, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason I'd be called. And that is because it is time for justice. In justice we trust. Objection! You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. Want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. What do we got? The embodiment of justice. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof.
What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This letter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? That the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Laurie's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto the ladder. No any proof. You're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. You can't define justice without evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice. It just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Gah, please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up for a stupid pun. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice. Ugh. Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Let's start pressing. Hold it. The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too, by wishing over and over? Alright, let's just move on. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. Hold it. My arguments are hardly far-fetched, they're careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's a reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it and the victim's blood. In the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence into the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? The position of the prints. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up. Suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit. That doesn't help me.
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes. This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him something else? So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand. There we go. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it swapped into my testimony? You got it. You beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter. The thumb, index, and of a right hand. Ooh, no, Mr. Fulbright. No, Aura said the lighter was in their left hand. Objection. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Ugh. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Dr. Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room. That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Oh, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice. But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection. Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem was only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you would flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had had it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hands. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see I'm not this phantom you've been talking about? I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Dr. Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me?
You mean... Yeah, my bracelet reacted to his statements about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Just don't know. Are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Huh, very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then.
We Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up.
Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when it's held in the right hand. Okay. Ah, okay. Clever, clever, clever. I was looking at the wrong hand. And on the wrong statement, but... whatever. One more time. Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
But, Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Ha! Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Not sure what this is all about, but Prosecutor Blackwell insists. Must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good, now maybe we'll learn something new.
I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. If it is what? Ugh, the back is covered with blood.
Say, do you notice anything funny about this bloodstain?
You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally.
Supposedly, the lighter was held in the right hand so that the emblem is visible.
If so, the prints should be around the emblem and on the lid where you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about.
See anything noteworthy?
Huh? Hey, look at this! The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh.
Wow, it transforms into something.
A handle. A trigger. Is this what I think it is?
There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. A what? A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when the Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. Flabbergasted that the lighter was a gun. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's that kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did it because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? You have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? She wouldn't. Though it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are. I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution's side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident. The person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter. The person who murdered Mr. Terran. The person who bombed the Space Center. Are all the defendants Athena Sykes? The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. Haha, now do you see? A man who's on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he asked to as a prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Objection! Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Mrs. Sykes but yours. Hmm? Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forced evidence? That's right. It could be all part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Where the prints are on it? Anything odd about where the prints are? No, I guess if it was found as a gun,
It's about where the prince would be, but... No? Okay. Alright, alright. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely match your print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence may have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity. There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I led my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff. It appears that the official data is here. The results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendants. Yes. The fingerprint actually belongs to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran. There were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off his hands. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the funny print data, all to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Mr. Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me I will slash you to tiny slivers when you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've been actually after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy, the spy ended up catching me. Yeah, you're right, Kirby. You're absolutely right. Also, welcome to the stream. because you're technically new, I'm just gonna say, like I usually do, just no spoilers. No spoilers and don't be a dick. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
Objection! You're telling us this now? But what if you say it's true, then who was the mysterious person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was a phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
Objection! I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Penning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. You expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. Pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. The case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Do you really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? You were watching since the start of this trial, you wanted to pop in. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now. There. I finally told the truth. Now I hope to see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom. Silence. Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Ugh. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. But Prosecutor Blackwell, this fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing.
In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. Can now head in a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha 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 ha! Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the man who killed Clay will get away. I know, but what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is a phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue. What? I was just about to clear you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What? Does that mean... We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it! With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well... Even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Huh. Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you are undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I feel you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me! Silence! Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation out of Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Someone was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And now I did... And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this. Thank you for believing in me. I'm an undercover investigator. Oh no! Oh no! Wow, that's weird! Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all? It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Move Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Yeah. Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. And as an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without thinking. More like as a spy. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops. My mistake. How about this? Arrgh! Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull? Like it's not. It would appear our friend is not complete without emotion. It just says that it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's more like because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's a result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies, seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I'm just trying to show you the ranges of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. But I will say it again, I'm not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. No, everything is still registering. What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be its defenses against your ability. So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of? I need to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. It's fear. It's fear. It's fear. Got it. Maybe this? I don't think so. I've never seen a person in such a chaotic emotional state. But there has to be something here, I just know it. This might be a long shot, but if there really is a real emotion mixed in here somewhere, then it's possible that it would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear. One that doesn't disappear, huh? I'll give it another look then. No. No. They're all disappearing, though. At some point, they all disappear. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. They're all fluctuating. It's not this one. They're all fluctuating here, too. There it is, you son of a bitch. Oh, fuck you. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? In the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, I felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? Huh. A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. This isn't Fulbright. I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because you lost it. You lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? And that frustration has turned into fear in your heart. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can't stand it. Not so sure a man who could make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that. You tried but failed to steal the moon rock. It's saying your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory. And I hardly Okay, I get it. Fine. Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He had top-secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. What? Okay, yeah, the assassins. Mr. Fulbright, I think I know why you feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. It's just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of these toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice, we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Ah! What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Eek! It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serves no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Cassandra? It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting this to the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that the person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you in your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I've seen her do so firsthand several times already. So you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yeah, he's trying to get away. He's using every trick he can think of. Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regards to the moon rock. Try to stick to one voice, please. That is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist, no flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us. Let's send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as for prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear the part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideas of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. Objection! Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. Remind me of the Phantom, huh? Hold it! It only reminded you of the Phantom. Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out, so you need real evidence. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. Hold it! Your family? Like, who in your family specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example. For example? Maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that. Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. So obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. Hold it. You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How come someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, could be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. Fingerprints can be wiped off. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock.
Aha! Very clever.
Objection! Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Tarrant. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He does it first, so I only got as close. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran the analysis now, we would know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so, but unfortunately the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in greater detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sort of beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Go on, Wright Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. Couldn't even smuggle a withered leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? It's not a true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. Phantom made that rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, I'm sorry, I meant... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Oh, a certain something called a hope capsule. Take that. That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happens, then the moon rock would have been launched into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? What? Order in the courts. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he's his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. Ugh. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. Duh! If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear, that you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do to just escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on to that capsule for all it was worth until his last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Well, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, an undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. Suppose that the Phantom is inspired with the soul to trap us out of the question. Objection. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order. Silence. Further investigation. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All 3, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least a bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Oscar Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean? Yes, the man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man, who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. What the? No! His face! Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. The real Bobby Fulbright is dead, yes. Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo? Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Silence! Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hot One, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a Psych profile on you and we compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase "the end justifies the means." That voice, those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. But Professor Means says mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence. Huh? Huh. Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be? Silence. How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it's really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. Huh? What must you see when you look... What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I wager. Well, you aren't just a master of psychology... Aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope Capsule. I think I will just do that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your... Fudge! It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks to the defense for the effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent. Objection! And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, as you can see, the sterling moon rock there. You can see the sterling moon rock there too. Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? A thing that we've been looking at all along. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh! I almost skimmed by that. Take that. Is that the bomb that blew up the courtroom, and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying that this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here.
Take that!
Please, take a look at this newspaper article. This article is about the Hat 1. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it! It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll be likely to find one with blood. And the DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable! But that's impossible! Surprised to be sure, that's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwood, what did the test results show? There's a rock fragment that had blood on it, appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it reveals. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk a way out of it anymore. Admit it, you're the Phantom!
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? that was me! So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How could you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just some rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Objection! Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragments with the rock in the newspaper article. Anyone can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
Objection. Oh, that's a good reaction, Cassandra, and the right one. But maybe some other rock will be with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
Objection! Your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were the moon rock from the robotics lab. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are behind that room or from that moon rock. Oh, no! It's fine. There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel? Objection! So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. This is true, Mr. Wright. Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock completely isn't lost yet is this. The moon rock earring that's just been sitting in our inventory. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena. The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used to research. Take that. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do a build-up. But just about the only things my mother left me are a widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have any. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left your daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock. Take that! That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears? It was made from that original moon rock. What? All the time. It was right here all along. No. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I've left all my emotions behind years ago. Objection. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Objection! Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. There you go, Cassandra. Now you got it. Felt like I would collapse under its weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
Objection! I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how could you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this... No. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. I'll let the game take it from here.
Sniper attack in this very courtroom. Chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter. Just had to give me a little nudge, didn't you, OBS? Alright, that's fine. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, I mean, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. Can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombings of courtroom number 4 and all those other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, would the defendant please return to a proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes. Not guilty. Court is adjourned. And that is the stunning conclusion to the Dark Age of the Law. Now, the third bad ending that I mentioned. If, during the Phantom's interrogation, you could not prove him guilty, the Phantom gets away, and the Dark Age of the Law continues. It's never solved. December 20th, 9:12 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 5. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Suzie, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. So it's Suzie for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Sorry? Sorry for what? Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth? We never would have called him if it wasn't for all of you. Now, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking down the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do it until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't you? Wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you?
Yeah, getting my license back went just a bit too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to the end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now the prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges. A great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in the brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I think I'll think about it. The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena. Yeah, I think that's Blackwell. Yep. I'm forever in your debt. You went into all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So you studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely. And I still made it. Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you. It's just shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. But nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Summon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Ildune's noodles after a trial, all in Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? Huh. Well, as a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? 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 I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everyone involved in the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys. Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair. I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Objection!
Oh.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Found a lost cat, installed an air conditioner, gave him a computer lesson, found a lost item. Huh? You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright anything agency after all.
Okay, Trucy.
Vina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out what to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
We get it. We get it. Oh boy.
You know the dark edge of the law, you say? How naive. Do you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Yeah.
Bye, Payne. I've been asked to debut the whatever.
He's scheduled to go up against Amazing Ninetales next.
Oh, what to do? I'll fight to the finish myself.
Why ask Mr. Demon Lord to be the Amazing Ninetales?
That's not a bad idea. I better be all for it. So we are to meet its foes, are we, my little friend?
Yeah, you helped out, Cassandra. Would you believe it? I'm an alderman of Ninetales now. Pretty impressive, huh? I took over after Rex Hubie for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out?
Hey, you, what do you think you're doing, sinking into the manor?
Chickens up, better make a run for it.
Oh boy.
I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. Use S-E-E.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
Phew, Juniper.
Our dream will live on forever!
I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they wouldn't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the child at school, newspaper's future is as bright as it can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood has to say to this new school paper. I heard her cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her clever box got soggy.
It was the only Valentine reunion concert. I remember everything, the evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd like to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, ja? I can already hear it now. How I was able to access that voice immediately, I have no idea.
Yeah, this place gets clean from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Glenn due to come home once her training's over, it simply must be done.
Isn't that right, Pearls? Ah, the his dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the Hat 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director. Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Oof, he got demoted.
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Months period? No. You think they would like either of them? Yay, hooray. I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. Wow, alright. Didn't know that robots could be masochists. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time! For me and Clay! Thanks to my lawyers, I know now I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting real nervous. God damn it, Starbuck. Come on. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. And no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him. Huh. Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future. Look forward to your month's next most salaries pay. Review, excuse me. And there goes pain again. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I will read yet another debt of gratitude, but I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. Oh, yes you will, Edgeworth. And there's one more thing. Oh no, we're gonna go through the rest of it first. Good. I can finally do this. So, before I say anything, there is one more case. There is one more case to be done in this game. It is the DLC case. I have to buy it again. But, you know, for the sake of everything, this is the end of the Dark Age of the Law arc. And I love this these final two cases. I love them so much. It takes everything that we've learned and like put them into the final two, and it is great. I was looking forward to this for the longest time, and now it's gone. Of course, I could play it again, but I probably won't. At least not for a while. Hey, what can I say? It's a Phoenix Wright game, and a 3D one at that. So, I mean, I guess after the backlash that Apollo Justice got, you know, they obviously brought Phoenix back, and brought in a new lawyering assistant and whatever else. And by that, and by that, they also brought up a bunch of new mechanics that were really, really cool. And you know, the mood matrix is kind of fun. You'll help you again? Okay. Alright. I'll count on you for that, Cassandra. The mood matrix was really fun, and you know, we got to use Apollo's thing once or twice, which is fun considering we had a whole game around it last game. Of course, and of course the Magatama came back, which is really cool, considering we hadn't seen it in a game or so. We had a whole wide cast of characters and world building and character building, some of which actually will like transfer into the next game. I'm not going to reveal too much, but there are some details that should be taken into consideration. Yeah, also, speaking of character building, we got to see the Black Psyche-Locks and what those do after seeing it last time. And Edgeworth came back, which is really, really cool. But, you know, if I have anything else to say, I'll save it for after the last case. But I'm going to leave it to the game, because we have one final one final thing to tie up.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right!
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. And that, realistically, is the end to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Until they decided to release DLC. So we have the anime cutscenes. We can watch any of the animated cutscenes. We could even watch the ending cutscene if we really wanted. Wait, which one is this? Is this the one that we just saw? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we can watch the cutscenes. We have illustrations, which is literally just the pictures from the case files. So if we ever want to see some of the case file stuff again. Dual Destiny might be my favorite Ace Attorney game, but I still need to play the next game. Okay. Dual Destinies, I feel, has a slow burn. Like, it starts off kind of slow, but then once you get past Case 2, then it keeps going. And that's part of the reason why this series took me so long, was because of Case 2. And, I mean, there was also technical stuff to it too, but Case 2 was not... It was so goddamn slow. And it just... It wasn't good. But then once you're released from those bounds, yeah, it starts to pick up real fast. And the next game, Spirit of Justice, which I will be doing eventually, is also a decent game and has, you know, more twists, another overarching storyline, etc., and so forth. But I think so far, yeah, I definitely like Dual Destinies the best, which I can see why Chris goes on and on and on about it. But anyway, there is one last thing, and I'll just give you a little preview. Not that I'm going to give you my fucking card information or anything. But, if this loads... Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. I guess not. But there is one final thing I want to show. The episode select. So, the art from the... Yeah, Athena's a decent character. Again, Case 3 is really where her character arc starts to shine. The Monstrous Turnabout. Turnabout Academy. The Cosmic Turnabout, which we never got to see. And finally, Turnabout for Tomorrow. Again, if you want to see those bad endings, Turnabout for Tomorrow is the case. You just look up, like, bad endings, Turnabout for Tomorrow, and you should be able to see them. So, and I was going to show you guys, but apparently this just needs a system update. So, I don't actually remember the name of the case. So, we're not done yet, but I'm still probably going to take a day off tomorrow. And so, if I can force myself to do it, Sunday, we will be starting the DLC case, and we'll probably start it and finish it within that week. Although, that might actually be a lot to ask. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much time it takes. I think it only has that case only has 2 days, so maybe I can knock it out in 2 streams. But we'll see where it goes. But I hope you enjoyed the ending to the main game. It's definitely something I was looking forward to, and even going through it for like the 3rd or 4th time, it still does not disappoint. But it is almost 1:15 in the morning. It's Turnabout Reclaimed. Thank you, Kirby. So next time we'll be doing Turnabout Reclaimed, which has its own charms in its own way. But I'm not going to say anything because I want to give people the opportunity who've never seen the case before to form their own judgments. So that's going to be it for today. Obviously, tomorrow/Thursday, nothing's going to be happening. Unless I'm crazy and I suddenly feel like I want to do more. Friday, nothing. Saturday, the full group is going to get together for some more Pokemon Sword, which we started streaming last week. Definitely go check that out. It's a lot of shenanigans. And unfortunately, the first 3 hours was tutorial. But now we're on our way. Sunday, as I said, if I can feel up to it, whether I begin the stuff tomorrow or not, Sunday we're probably going to be doing more Phoenix Wright. Monday, it's going to be more Horizon with Chris. Tuesday, more Pillars with PJ and Suzie, I think. And then the cycle starts all over again. Or maybe it doesn't. Depending on what happens these next few days. Because obviously next Thursday is Thanksgiving. So I won't be doing anything then. And then I will, once we finish up Turnabout Reclaimed, I will give an idea of what's going to be going on in the future as we come up to the end of this year. Today, or yesterday, however you want to... Wednesday was the final episode for Blaze Blue. I'll be making a video on that soon. So there's no more Blaze Blue, so no more video stuff. And that's pretty much it for me. For now. Chris is still doing his thing. Cassandra, I know that you were at his stream earlier, where he was doing votes for the Game Awards this year. He's also still putting out and editing videos, whether it's Metopia highlights, bonus footage for Rhythm Heaven that I took part in, or Earthbound with Pooja, or whatever projects come to mind. So just keep an eye on his thing. PJ is still on hiatus. His channel's not dead. It is not dead, but it's just on hiatus due to circumstances. And then Suzie with her dual channel circumstance. Suzie Guatney, which is the gaming channel, is not as active right now. You got a few highlights up there, but it's not the main focus. Rowan Rose, however, which you can find in the description of this stream, and you should probably use the link down there because it'll take you to the correct channel. That's where all of her art stuff is. In fact, I think she put up an art one today. I didn't see it. But definitely go check it out. Check out her art. She's an amazing artist. Maybe throw some money her way, even either for a commission or just to throw money at her. Either way. Yeah, that's about it. Good artist. We have a lot of projects going on right now, and there are plenty more being planned for the future. So we're not going anywhere, and we hope that you come back and check it out, whatever we're doing. Yeah, absolutely, Cassandra. I hope you had a good time. Phoenix Wright is one of my favorite series, so I knew I was going to do it on the channel eventually. And you can see, if you look through the current Phoenix Wright playlists I have, you can see the evolution of it. But yeah, no, Phoenix Wright is a fantastic series, and I'm definitely going to be, as I said, I'm definitely going to be doing Spirit of Justice at some point. But instead of repeating myself, I will actually tackle that another time. Yeah, we got plenty more projects on the way, so we hope that you continue to, come here or whatever channel it's on and check it out. It's mostly here right now just due to lack of technology, lack of time, whatever the case is, that I'm really the only major active one, and so some people are enjoying their games through me. Or enjoying the experience through me. But just thank you for coming and hanging out. Whether you're here with me in the chat as watching live, or you're watching this back in the future, or both, just thank you for taking time out of your day or incorporating it into your day to come and watch me blunder around or enjoy myself. It is fun for the most part. That's kind of the goal, despite my grievances from time to time, because I am I'm not good with my emotions, especially the negative ones. But it is fun. It is fun to do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this. And I hope that you have some enjoyment too, because that's just a bonus. You want to get Pokemon Shield. I believe you said this last time. I can't help you with that. You got to do that yourself. But hey, get Pokemon at some point. Pokemon's also another good one. But I'm tangenting. Just thank you. And I hope that you will continue to check the stuff out. So with that, and with 20,000 tangents later, I'm going to sign off for tonight. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Good night, everybody.